Hello all, good morning. Good morning from Yorktown Lanes. Not used to calling the action on a Sunday morning, but we will do that 5 total times at least this season on the Professional Women's Bowling Association Tour. First regional of the season, the PWBA Cleveland Regional Open. A field of 56 competitors this morning. And a very good mix of members and non-members. If you're familiar with bowltv.com, certainly and have watched the competition of the national event, congratulations to Josie Barnes. Took home the the Greater Cleveland Open title. Event sponsored and presented by Nationwide Insurance. As we get underway, my name is Emil Williams Jr., by the way. Today's lane condition, we're bowling on the Kegel Deadman's Curve. All the information today that you'll need is on the regional website, or PWBA regional site, I should say. On our feature pairs, we've got Carrie Brunner, Amanda Ballas, Laura Clevenger, and Ashley Scott on 19 and 20. On 21 and 22, Julie Selk, Sonia Harris, Giselle Poss, and Jennifer Russo. We have 4 additional channels of coverage for you. Lanes 15 through 18, 23 through 26, 27 through 30, and 31 through 34. Nice shot there for Giselle Poss. Giselle already with 4 in a row, as is Jennifer Russo. We'll be on throughout the day, periodically, giving you some updates and talking about what's happening on the lanes. There will be a step ladder finals, or final, I beg your pardon. We'll have that here on BowlTV.com as well. 8 games of qualifying, and very simple, cut to the top 4 players. Top 4 players will advance to the step ladder final. Run ends for Amanda Ballas at 5 in a row. Jillian Martin, very talented youth player in the field this week, starting with the front 6. Oh, and a late kick on the 10-pin. Front 6 for Jen Russo. Morning to Roland Franklin checking in. It's early morning. BowlTV.com fix. Good shot there from Sonia Harris. There's also live scoring available if anyone is looking for or wants to follow their particular player today. That too can be found on the PWBA.com/live page. Hey Dan, appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, I've talked to I've talked to Ashley a couple times now at this point. And hopefully Ashley will be able to bowl a few more events during the season, but she did say that she would hope for 3 to 4. They're doing her thing in the Navy. Ashley had just put in for the process to be promoted to Chief Purdy Officer this year, so pretty cool story. Got word that 300 has been shot already here. Game number 1. 300 game from Ashley Galante. Again, today's pattern is the Kegel Dead Man's Curve. 43 feet, 24 mils of oil. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. Ashley, oh, excuse me, Giselle Poss. I thought Giselle just left a mean old 10 pin there, but looks like she fouled. .204 for Poss. 215 for Carrie Brunner. 202 for Ashley Scott. Laura Clevenger shoots 210, and Amanda Ballas, nice game, 245 to begin. Julie Selk shoots 196. Sonia Harris 206. All right, game 2 is on the way shortly. Again, 8 games. I feel that it'll be relatively quick in that regard. So we'll take a quick short break and we'll come back, chat it up a little bit. And I certainly hope your Sunday is going well. 9:30 Eastern time here. Enjoy, relax, do what you got to do today. But appreciate you tuning in here on Bowl TV. Folks, it is coming up quickly. The 2019 USBC Hall of Fame inductions. That ceremony will be streamed live from Bowl TV on Wednesday, May 1st at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Again, the USBC Hall of Fame induction ceremony will be streamed live on Bowl TV Wednesday, May 1st. That is this coming Wednesday night at 9:30 Eastern Time on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. Good morning, Robert. Thanks for joining us here. Game 2 presents Angela Shields, Jennifer Nussbaum, Stephanie Casey. And Susan Jazorski. I believe everyone will be moving right after their respective games. So Carrie Brunner, Amanda Ballas, Laura Clavenger, and Ashley Scott now on to 21 and 22. So you'll get to see, at least on these respective lanes, you'll get to see one group for 2 games. hopefully everyone had a chance to check out the stepladder finals last night of the national event, PWBA Greater Cleveland Open. If you did, you saw an excellent finish. Hopefully you did. If you didn't, it's available in the archived events, the nationwide Greater Cleveland Open playlist. There's Stephanie Casey, who performed very well in that national event that I just mentioned. Advanced to the round of 32. But what a dramatic finish. If you haven't seen it, I don't really want to play spoiler, but it was live, so I will tell you what happened. Josie Barnes did win the event. She threw 3 strikes in the 10th frame, which forced top seed at the time Sherry Tan to also throw 3 strikes in the 10th to win by 1. And Sherry left just a killer 9-pin on her first shot to give Josie 10-pin victory. Amazing moment for Josie. What a way to kick off the season. All right, Nussbaum on the board with a strike in the 5th frame. Casey on a double. All right, 10th frame, game number 2. Jazerski, she can get to 205. Runner already with a double. She will be in the 190s. And high flush 4-pin for Clevenger, who is plus 10 after 1. Really good shot there from Stephanie Casey. I think I bowled on Dead Man's Curve before, but just from the looks of the graph, the pattern will allow you to play the outside portion of the lane. You may not have to go F5, but there looks to be a little area built in where you can kind of go left to right, as you can see a little bit from Stephanie Casey, for example. Of course, I think we learned this week that Yorktown will allow you to play outside part of the lane either way, it looks like. I heard a lot of folks say the gutter tends to be in play here at this building. And 47-foot pattern last night, or I'm sorry, the past 2 days, with 25 milliliters of oil. Players played right all throughout the event, of course, until late in blocks, dealing with some transition where you had to move. Don't forget, folks, very important piece of information here. The first 4 regional winners. And the regional schedule, of course, today, May 12th in Lincoln, June 2nd at Double Decker Lanes in Rohnert Park, California. That is Lincoln, Nebraska, by the way. And August 4th at Silver Lanes in East Hartford, Connecticut. Those 4 lanes, or 4 regionals, excuse me, will produce the 4 winners and champions who will be part of the Go Bowling Regional Showdown. And that will be a made-for-TV event. It will be taped August 17th, and it will air August 24th. So our winner today will have punched their ticket to that event. Thanks to GoBowling.com. Last year they sponsored the 10K challenge. 243 for Stephanie Casey. Shields shoots 158. Zorski 202. And Jennifer Nussbaum. Final shot. Looks pretty good. And it comes up high there. So 167. We are now into game 3 here on BowlTV.com. We're joined by Suzette Draper, Jillian Martin, Natalie Cortez, and Jules Skelton on 19 and 20. And, of course, the group you just saw on 19 and 20 will move one pair right on 21 and 22. Back with you in a moment here on Bowl TV. Folks, we appreciate everyone tuning in. It's our first regional event and of the season. I want to give a thanks to the PBA, who, had ran regional events from 2015 to 2017. And I'm speaking specifically to the PWBA. Many regional events, they would add a PWBA element to their regionals, and had done that for 3 years to help the PWBA continue to grow, especially as the relaunch happens. So certainly want to thank them. And we did not run any last year, and kind of preparing for 2019. And now the regional program is back with a minimum of 5 starting today. And then the off season may present some and will present some additional opportunities. Well, folks, if you're unfamiliar with Jillian Martin, and I think the regional program obviously will allow myself included to get a little bit more familiar with certain players that we may or may not have seen before. I mean, most likely we haven't. I've seen Jillian Martin, and boy, is she a heck of a talent. Just really unbelievable. Jillian from the area, I should say from the state, but a freshman in high school. She has won a portion of Teen Masters, the JV portion of that. She won a state championship in March. She would be what you would call a next in line, if you will. Jillian's also been part of USA Bowling, appeared on television. She's part of the Lower Great Lakes squad. The name of the team was the Ohio Storm. They lost to the Midwest and 3 rights make a left in 2018. also want to thank everybody in regards to their comments and feedback on bowltv.com. For many, it was the first experience with the new platform this week. We've been live for a few months with it and have done, senior queens, the intercollegiate team and singles championships. Probably had to get the most eyes on it, obviously, last week up until our PWBA events this week. So, again, we appreciate it. All feedback is certainly welcome. That is how, we will improve and get better and know what you like. I think we got a pretty good idea, certainly. And I'll just simply say, just continue to support bowling. Whatever way you believe that is, our goal is to support certainly the sport, the future for the sport, and obviously the Professional Women's Bowling Association. We've got some scores for you. If you're curious, at least Bolton. .258. She's in the lead currently, plus 116. Haley Carroll at plus 99. Ashley Galante shot 300, game one. Again, she's in a tie with Jody Golick at plus 90. Jillian Martin is fifth at plus 86. Heather DeRico sixth at plus 84. Jody Westner is seventh at plus 74. Stephanie Martins is eighth at plus 72. Jennifer Russo ninth at plus 70. And Kara Mangiola is 10th at plus 62. Again, 56 players in the field. Open frame there for Martin. Jillian has had 3 splits this game. Zell Poss is on a nice run. Jennifer Russo is on her way to a 279 game. So down, let's see, 21, 23. She's on 25 and 26. Stephanie Casey just continues to throw it well. She did that yesterday also, which at this point shouldn't be unexpected. .160 for Natalie Cortez. Again, this group will move over to 21 and 22. Natalie was the 32nd qualifier yesterday. Or I should say Friday. Friday night. Snuck into the round of 32, earned herself a check. Casey finished with 2:15, by the way. Finished in 31st place. .209 for Jillian Martin. Somehow she was able to work around some early splits, got in a groove, left one more in the 8th in regards to splits, and she'll move over to 21 and 22. Folks, actually ongoing right now, and will conclude the end of next week at the USBC annual convention. That is happening in Las Vegas. It's actually officially beginning tomorrow, but many of our colleagues and fellow staff members have already made their move to Las Vegas for the week. Viewers will simply be able to log in and watch the annual meeting right here on Bowl TV. So if you are curious on what's going on, the legislature that does take place and various items that are voted on at the annual meeting, as well as the many presentations that take place as well, you'll be able to watch that on Bowl TV right here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. All right, on to game number 4. Great game from Kira Mangiola, shooting 300 in the round of, or excuse me, qualifying, I should say, on Friday. Appreciate everyone tuning in as we final frames of game number 4. Annalie Cortez has found her way to a 3-bagger. Cortez, part of the Valparaiso Athletics Hall of Fame. Talk about her in a second. This is Jillian Martin on 22. And the exceptional youth player, a double. She's at plus 95. And near the top of the standings. Again, the top 4 advance to the stepladder finals. Standings are available on pwba.com/regionals. You can also find them at pwba.com/live. Jen Russo has moved to the top of the standings at plus 149, followed by Jody Golick at plus 147. Elise Bolton is third at plus 139, and Valerie Bercier is fourth at plus 105. Mangiola now at plus 133. She was at plus 100, of course. So that may or may not be good enough for the top 4 after the first half of the competition. Cortez. Good shot from Natalie, who is in 28th currently and plus 10. A little work to do to make her way to the top 4. Jillian Martin at plus 95. That is good for 6th. Heather DeRico is 7th at plus 88. Haley Carroll is 8th at plus 80. As we begin game 5 and into game 4. Our Maestro. Quick trivia question for you to participate in. In what year was the PWBA Tour originally formed? If you know the answer, please click and we will unveil the results at the beginning of our next game. Summer Jasmine, Amy Magel, Andrea Bear, and Crystal Bosley. I've joined 19 and 20. Natalie Corti shot 245, so that will get her to plus 55 and back in a good position to make a run toward the top 4. Jules Skelton has finished things up, 170, 207 for Suzette Draper. Good spare there from Martin. She will go to the bag. .79 for Jillian Martin. And game 5 is now underway. Stepladder finals again scheduled to begin at 2 p.m. Eastern time. You're watching the PWBA Greater Cleveland Regional Open, first one of the season on Bowl TV. All right, Andrea Bear, the strike in the ninth frame back with you here. This is game 5 of 8 regional competition here from Yorktown Lanes in Cleveland, actually in Parma Heights, Ohio. But there's Michelle Sterner making a nice run here. And at minus 40, 279 certainly would help. Kara Mangiola still putting up some nice scores here. Updates after 4 games. Jody Golick is now in the lead. Followed by Elise Bolton. Golick leading at plus 192. Bolton at plus 175 in second. Stephanie Casey is third at plus 146. And Valerie Bercier is fourth at plus 143. That is the cut number for today. Jen Russo is fifth at plus 138. Kara Mangiola is sixth at plus 133. And Jelimar Beasley is seventh at plus 126. Heather DeRico is eighth at plus 125. Giselle Poss is ninth at plus 123. Kayla Vandy is 10th at plus 88. Oh, excuse me, plus 88. I beg your pardon. Three-bagger for Mangiola. Trying to climb back into the top 4. All right. In a moment, we'll welcome Elise Bolton, Cindy Poletsky, Megan Ashley, and Danielle Niddle. James, that is a good question. I do have a few minutes. The simple, actually it is really simple. I applied, in all honesty. To go a little further than that, there was an opening. I actually had no idea, though, that the PWBA, I would be a part of that. And that just, I don't know if it kind of happened, but when I took the position, I believe that the previous holder of the position did what I did, or what I do now. And so, but I think our original plan was to cover events like we would normally cover them. And that's with, all our entire team and all hands on deck. And but what I quickly realized was that obviously we all are doing different things generally at various times. And it's hard to get everyone to get to a particular spot every time out. So we had a few people actually. Matt was out at a few events in 2016, which was my first year. Aaron was out at a couple, and they both are still out every now and then. But obviously I had nothing to do. And they were at the Open and Women's Championships respectively. So, hey, I'm out every week. I assume you were referring to the PWA part, but I guess it's really the same for everything else we do. If there's an event to be at, we're generally there. I'm probably there in some capacity. I did have previous experience as Mangiola leaves a bucket. Second shot in the 10th, as she said with a smile. I didn't miss that by that much. Yes, I had previous experience. I worked at the Open Championships in 2010, 11, and 12. So I was aware of how some things worked. And certainly aware, and I had some relationships with Matt and Aaron already. So that just made the transition part very seamless for me, simply because I knew them already and understood how they work. But as far as the application, I apply like everyone else. But being on the air is always something that I've wanted to do. 225, by the way, for Amy Magel. Drea Bear finishes with 196. Crystal Bosley with 191. Summer Jasmine at 198. That group will move over to 21 and 22. We'll watch Michelle Sterner try to finish with 279. There's Ann Sperling. Saw her last at the USBC Senior Queens. Jennifer Nussbaum has the front 10 over on 25 right now. 25 and 26. Nice break there for Sterner. James, I hope that answered your question some. But I've always wanted to be on air. It's what I went to school to do. I knew very early in high school, actually. Specifically, I took a radio TV production class. I was hooked. The power of early classes like that, and now you can, some elementary, middle schools have classes like that. Nussbaum looking for 11 in a row. Oh, nice run. I initially wanted to be behind the camera, though, at all times. Never really had a passion for, or at least hadn't developed it, didn't know I had it, to be on air. I thought being a camera operator was the coolest thing in the world, and seeing everything on, lots of TV monitors and being behind the scenes of a newscast kind of thing. So a producer was probably was what I was looking at early on. Then in college, and I apologize if I just continue to ramble on. I'm not sure where to really stop the story, so I'll just keep going. Sperling 214, Mangiola 245, Wilson 192 as we welcome Megan Ashley, Elise Bolden, Cindy Poletsky, and Danielle Niddle. Good game there for Sterner. That gets her to plus 28. Still some work to be done, but now an opportunity potentially to make some things happen. Good shot there from Elise Bolton. Where was I? Okay. This group, of course, or not this group, but the next group already awaiting their turn on 21 and 22. In college, I started the journey at Columbia. And we're going to give you some some trivia results as well. In fact, let's run the trivia results first. I'll get back to storytelling. All right, the question was, in what year was the PWBA Tour originally formed? Well, many of you knew that. The answer was 1960. 52% of you who participated. Nicely done. Brant wanted to make it way tougher on you guys, to be honest with you. I said, no, let's make sure, give the good folks an opportunity to be correct here. So maybe we'll run the second part of that question later on. We'll see. All right, so from a storytelling perspective, college began at Columbia College in Chicago. Giselle Paul shot 265 on 29 and 30, so trying to make a late run is Giselle Poss. Justine Falbo, a nice 5-7 conversion. All right, Columbia College. Went there for a year, and then transferred to Lindenwood, where I could bowl collegiately. Also started in radio while I was at Columbia. That's what I was going to major in, or at least I did for a year. Took a visit to Lindenwood and saw that they had just built a brand new radio station, and then I was hooked. So I said, okay, great. Got there. Someone asked me to do, oh no, I'm sorry. You had to take like intro to radio, and then you also had to put in a certain amount of hours in the AM studio. We had like an 80,000 watt FM channel, and you just couldn't get on the FM channel, basically. It's like any other thing. In many cases, there is some either training or hours you need to have prior to basically stepping into the big time, which is kind of what it was at that point. All right, so you do your AM hours, you do what you need to do, pass the course, and then you're off and running on the FM dial. And I had a little show, just do a couple hours of shift, but I didn't really gravitate toward that. Someone asked me to then do a sports game with them. It was a football game. I did some commentary, some color commentary, and then from that point on, that's what it was about. And then you do enough color commentary on some high school games, and then you say, hey, I want to give play-by-play a try, then you give that a try, and then I just knew that was it. That's what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. And I'm still working towards those goals. All right, so I think I've given you. I hope that does it for you, James. I started with the short version, but you know, I'm all about relationships, so I'll tell you all you need to know about how I got to this point. Elise Bolton at plus 202. We'll have our new standing sheet momentarily. But she was already in second at plus 175 prior to this game, or game 5, I should say. 5 in a row for Elise Bolton. Just 2 hours away from our stepladder final. Hey, three-bagger there for a Niddle. And Giola getting fired up over there on 23 and 24 at plus 178. Make it 6 in a row for Elise Bolton. Condition is Dead Man's Curve from Kegel. All right, we've got a 5 in a row. We've got a 6 in a row. Front 7 for Elise Bolton here on 19 and 20. A nice cover of the 5-7 from Amy Magel. Regional competition off and running. PWBA Tour. Just, I guess 1 week down on the schedule on the national tour. As we concluded the Cleveland Open last night. Next week we head to Cedarville Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota. Brent Prentice and company. Look forward to coming back to Minnesota. Last year we were there in August. This year a little earlier on the schedule as the Midwest leads us off. Preparing for the first major of the season. That's going to be at the USBC Queens. We'll have one more stop before that. It'll be at the Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Front 8 for Elise Bolton. Front 9 attempt for Elise Bolton. And there it is. Summer Jasmine has won a regional or two. Expect her to, I don't know if she'll bowl them all, but she's already bowling one. Summer's a bowler. She loves to compete. I'd expect Summer to probably bowl every single one if she's able to. There's going to be 5 total, but the first 4 will be involved in the Go Bowling Regional Showdown. Here we go. Elise Bolton will be stepping up momentarily. Left side of your screen on lane 19. She's got 9 in a row. Looking for 10. All right. Looking to get to now potentially plus 302. And perhaps be the top seed. Looking toward that top seed already. She was second. After 5 games, or after 4, I beg your pardon. After 5 games, still second by just a pin behind Jody Golick. Back-to-back 260 games from Giselle Paz has moved her into the top 4. Kira Mangiola, 4th at plus 178. Back there, front 11 for Bolton. Jennifer Russo is in 5th place, plus 174. So 178 is the number. Bolton for perfection. No, but she'll take it on the Brooklyn side. Or maybe it was an actual jersey. Either way, it's 300 on the board for Elise Bolton. She was probably going to get some razz on the social medias. If anything, though, because she laughed immediately. Keeps her loose, I think. Keeps her a little relaxed. Could have one more 300 game as Mangiola. The front 8, she's still striking. Mangiola stepping up. We'll keep you updated. You can watch that channel, by the way, on 23 and 24. All right, 4-pin there for Mangiola, and her run comes to an end, but she'll be in a good position to continue the pace that she is on. Hello, Tiffany. How are you? Pretty sure you're probably a lot warmer. Not that it's cool here in Cleveland, because it's not, but I'm actually going to Chicago tomorrow, and apparently getting 6 inches of snow today. It also snowed on a Sunday 3 weeks ago there, too. So, come on, Chi-Town. You heard me. Don't forget, folks, to share, let everyone know where you're watching. PWBA regional competition on BowlTV.com. Share on Facebook. Don't just leave it to Facebook either. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and all the other places the kids are sharing these days. If you just joined us, Elise Bolden just shot 300 in Game 6 on 19 and 20. So she's at plus 302. She was second prior to this game. She was second after 5 at plus 202. Second by just 1 pin behind Jody Golick. The top 4 players move on to the stepladder final. It's going to take place at 2 p.m. Eastern here on Bowl TV. In a moment, we will be joined by Carrie Smith, Chantel Bates, Justine Falbo, and Jennifer Berry. $189 for Jasmine, $181 for Bosley. It'll be $268 or $9 for Mangiola. I do want to thank the Cleveland local bowling base here. The fans were really great. And I mentioned we had some fans make their way from various parts of the country, which is not uncommon, certainly, in my experience with the Professional Women's Bowling Association and bowling in general. I haven't been to very many PBA events in my time, but I know certainly what the fandom is like there. But Cleveland was great. Again, had folks coming from New York. We had players drive from New York to compete this week. But we also had fans from New York, D.C. as well. Shout out to my man Chris Pullian. Nice shot to open up Game 7 here for Falbo. Though, looked like wasn't sure of the landing. Looking to get the proper footing. He's Bolden about to step up now on 21, or is on the approach, I beg your pardon. Let's see if she can get off to a good start. Let's keep count. Well, 13. Well, count like Count Dracula. 13. That was poor. Let's see. Let me get into my count. Did I say Count Dracula, by the way? That's not the cereal, gentlemen. The Count from Sesame Street is actually who I'm referring to. Count Dracula was a cereal, or is a cereal. I'm not sure if it's still in production. This brings up a good point, because I was just having a count conversation with someone, and I don't remember exactly why it even came up. But it was something about certainly young kids and Sesame Street, obviously. But I was informed that Sesame Street is still alive and well, and has even been, you know, it's kept up with the times, if you will. So we'll try that 12 or that 13 again. So I can get into the 1. Yeah, that's an easy one. So we'll go 13. Hopefully it's a bit better. Two strikes for Justine Falbo. Bolton. Oh. 9-pin. That was a solid start for Bolton. 13 in a row. We got some players wrapping up down there in game number 6. So we should have some scores start to roll in pretty soon. Is anyone planning to attend a PWBA event? Be there in person? We've got 12 more to choose from. Actually, 13 more. Early double for Jennifer Berry. Chantel Bates, a pretty nice game. Again, Bates, Carrie Smith, Jennifer Berry, and Justine Falbo. Here on 19 and 20. During the stepladder finals this afternoon, we'll have at least one giveaway out. Giveaways on bowltv.com, pretty simple to participate in and be part of. Generally, all you have to do is follow the prompts. When it's your time to submit an entry, go ahead and submit it. Look who has joined the party. Aaron Smith from way downtown.
I feel it would be too much if I came in with a Mike Breen, Emil Williams Jr.-esque bang after that. But hello. Good morning. It's still morning here in. Oh wait,
no, it's not.
You got Central Time on your computer.
That's I do.
I thought somehow we were still in the morning time.
No, that's there. It reminds me that of what time I should call my wife at night.
Oh, well, that is very important. So.
Yes. So if I get caught up in something, I can look over and say, oh, I still got, it's not like midnight yet. It's only 11.
Well, there you go. Not only on Bowl TV do you get great bowling competition throughout the course of more than 800 hours throughout the course of a year. Great instructional content, backstage, the vault, taking you back in time. You also get marriage advice. The best ways to keep a happy life. It's just that simple, Emil. Just like that. I would have never thought of that.
Simplicity is as you like. And as you know, simplicity is important.
I am a fan of simple things. And I can simply tell you, Elise Bolton. As soon as we get an update here, will be our new leader in our regional competition here at Yorktown Lanes. Have her up on lane 21, looking to convert her first spare in at least 2 games because she didn't have to shoot any last game.
Aaron, I'm going to ask you a question that I know you know the answer to.
It's a lot of pressure to put on someone before you ask the question. But please feel free.
Have you, well, first, I guess 2 questions. First, did you know that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was here in the area?
Yes,
Yes,
I did. I've been there before. It's been a long time, but
okay. That was my next question. Have you ever been?
I want to say we took a family trip up to the land when I was about 10 or so. So that would put it in the mid 1990s range, I believe. So
you're overdue.
I am overdue for a trip. Yes.
Well, probably won't get there this week.
Probably will not. I'm going to say no, most likely. But from what I can recall from more than 20 years ago now, it was a pretty cool place. They even sold the CDs back then. On site.
I wonder what they would sell now in replacement. Or maybe they sold it as, well, obviously it's popular at that point. I feel that would be a place where you could sell cassettes, CDs, laser discs of various Hall of Fame artists. And they would be maybe collectibles at some point. A shot there from Chantel Bates.
As you mentioned, it's a very nice, clean game.
Yeah, not a lot of wasted action or motion. Looks solid at the line. Good follow through. Part of the reason I said earlier, you know, the regionals will give us, you know, opportunities to see players that we may not or wouldn't normally see, perhaps, in our daily or weekly travels or wherever we may be. So, you know, you obviously get a few and would hope to get several local players in whatever the region is, respective event. I certainly hope to see Chantel at another event at some point in the future.
Definitely could be a stepping stone to bigger and bigger things. Do have an update of scores after game number 6. As we mentioned, Elise Bolton with 300 last game. Now at 1502 plus 302 for her in 6 games. That's a whole bunch of striking.
Pretty good.
Moving into second place, Cara Mangiola at plus 247. She had the front 8 last game as well, finished with 269. Valerie Bercier moves into third place with 247 to get to plus 213, and Giselle Paz holding on to the 4th spot at plus 200. Jennifer Russo, the first player out, at plus 189. Jody Golick falls out of the top 4 after some struggles in game 6, 159. She's now at plus 162, 1 pit ahead of Jillian Martin and Jelimar Beasley. Stephanie Casey plus 144, and Jody Wessner at plus 141, your top 10 at the moment. Great shot there from Justine to set up her 10th frame. Chance to get to 236, which would get her to 130 over. Potentially a little bit too far out. Heading into one, looking like we're right around plus 200. Well, actually at plus 200, so we've seen with the scoring pace, probably going to creep up a little bit for a spot in that top 4. You just want to be able to give yourself a chance heading into that final game. Put together a big number. We saw it work for Jazriel Tan last night. After sparing the first, delivered 8 consecutive strikes to go around Jordan Richard to earn a spot in the stepladder finals. She ended up finishing 3rd overall after defeating Shampuhowski in her first match. Fell to eventual champion Josie Barnes in the semifinals of the nationwide PWBA Greater Cleveland Open. Of course, you can check out the archive of that event right here at bowltv.com, because bowling literally lives there. If you didn't get the opportunity to watch last night's broadcast, as I'm sure Emil has mentioned once or twice throughout the day, it's something you should just do, because not only is it cool, but it was just some fantastic bowling. All around from all 4 of our finalists. Elise leans on the 10. Big congratulations to Josie Barnes on winning that 3rd career PWBA Tour title. She said afterwards, not a lot of time to get ready for the Twin Cities Open next week because she's an athlete delegate to the USBC Board of Directors. And she's heading out to Las Vegas for the USBC convention, which will be spending some time here on Bowl TV as well for free. Going to be live streaming those events from the Orleans in Las Vegas, the annual meeting, the Hall of Fame induction ceremony as well. So our colleague Jason Thomas, along with the big man himself, Terry Bigham. We'll be providing you with some great information on how we're going to continue to build the future for the sport.
Well done, Aaron. Gary Smith threw some ferocious strikes here in this game to end things. 249 and a vicious, depending on which one hit the sidewall. Come out and take out the 9-pin. It's like, now I don't recall exactly what he said. Nick Hoagland gave us some information about the sidewalls and the A2 units here at Yorktown Lanes. Speaking of the machines, what would be probably considered classics. They're from the 60s. And as we learned last night, this establishment has been in the same family for 60 years.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The Cottrell family. And speaking of specifically, Jeremy and Aaron, who run the bowling center, been in their, again, their families' really history at this point. Kind of the definition of a family ran and owned center.
Perfectly stated, yes. Big time shout out to Jeremy, Aaron, and the entire staff here at Yorktown Lanes for a fantastic tournament experience and great way for us to kick off the 2019 campaign. We are just getting started here on Bowl TV for the PWBA Tour season next week. Eagan, Minnesota, Twin Cities Open. Rocio Restrepo will be back to defend her title at Cedarval Lanes.
Nice shot there from Bates to end things. 199 for Chantel. We'll push her a little bit closer, but plus 65. Jellamar Beasley trying to make a run here.
So there's a chance to shoot 270 this game with the 8th, 9th, and 10th frame to go. At plus 161, so she was tied for 7th heading into this game. Danielle Niddle finishes at 213, so she'll get to plus 51. Megan Ashley, 190. Elise Bolton, our tournament leader, 215, so she'll be at plus 317. Cindy's going to finish things up here on our featured pairs. Of course, 20 lanes currently being shown on the new BowlTV.com platform. So all the action has come to a close on lanes 19 through 22. Looks like every other pair has something going on in our camera range. So feel free to check those out. As we mentioned on 17 and 18, and Jellamar Beasley still has a shot at 270 with the 9th and 10th frame to go. At plus a 161, she can get herself right into the mix for a spot in that top 4. Jody Golick, 194 this game. Jennifer Russo can get to 232. 235 max for Giselle Pass. Players who are in the mix right now as well. Cara Mangiola, 233. Valerie Bercier can get to 258 this game, over on 9 and 10. As the players have been doing the entire block, just moving one pair to the right. So Justine, Jennifer, Carrie, and Chantel now making their way over to 21 and 22. Justine kicking things off with a strike. are watching the first PWBA regional event of the 2019 season. There will be 4 other events leading up to a special TV event for competitors on the regional side. We are at Yorktown Lanes in Parma Heights, Ohio. The next one will be May 12th at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Regionals also scheduled for double-decker lanes in Roanoke Park, California on June 2nd. Silver lanes in East Hartford, Connecticut on August 4th. And Aloma Bowl in Orlando, Florida on August 18th. Winners of the first 4 scheduled regional events will have the opportunity to compete in the Go Bowling PWBA Regional Showdown, which is going to be taped August 17th in conjunction with the PWBA Orlando Open, and will air on CBS Sports Network on August 24th. Have our competitors making the way to 19 and 20 momentarily. They're just having the final bowlers on 17 and 18 start their 10th frame. And Jelmar Beasley now can max out 248. That will get her to the right side of plus 200. We'll be here momentarily. 21 and 22 already underway for the 8th and final game of qualifying to determine our top 4 from our 56-player field. So make it to the stepladder finals later today, 2 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bowl TV.
One game left before we head to the stepladder finals. We welcome to Brenda Tuck and Jellamar Beasley, Summer Finley, and Caitlin Simpson. Chantel Bates, Carrie Smith, Jennifer Berry, and Justine Falbo have moved to one pair right. They're on 21 and 22. Elise Bolton at plus 317. Looks like she is certainly going to be in the top 4. Question is, will she have the lead when we get to that point? Barbara, looks like someone answered your question about which event it is. I assume they did based on your second response. Fred, if no one has responded to you, future talks, looking at future developments, hopefully for Bowl TV app. That's certainly a common question. And for good measure, certainly it is as well. So the folks in the development team and certainly know, taking a look at it and seeing what's possible.
Emil, we have a update through 7 games. And our top 4 has essentially stayed the same. Elise Bolton continues to lead at plus 317. Cara Mangiola plus 280 in second. Valerie Bercier getting a little bit closer to those top 2 spots at plus 270 after firing 257 in game 7. And Giselle Pass at plus 235 has the final spot at the moment. So that number jumped 35 pins from game 6. It was at plus 200 even. Now plus 235 to make the stepladder, Jennifer Russo. First player out at the moment, 25 pins back at plus 210. Heather D'Erico plus 198, and Jellamar Beasley on our featured pair Looking to bounce back after the missed single pin in frame 4 in 7th place at plus 197. Kayla Bandy at plus 171. Jillian Martin plus 165. And Stephanie Casey plus 160. Your current top 10, Jody Golick. Found some trouble in Game 6 and Game 7. Has dropped all the way to 11th and now plus 156.
Gary Smith really threw it well these last 2 games. Fortunately, it will not be enough to move into the top 4. .229 for Smith. Let's see, Justine Falbo. She can get to 239. Lisa Bolton trying to do everything she can to claim that top seed.
Big double in the 8th and the 9th frame for Giselle Pass over on 35 and 36. She can now get to 222 this game. However, if she doesn't get that first hit in the 10th, gonna pretty much keep her in the 2-0s and right around that plus 235 mark. Jennifer Russo, first player out at the moment, can max out at 206. So she would need substantial help from Giselle to surpass her for a spot in the top 4. Cara Mangiola has a pair of splits through 7 frames, but everything else is strikes. So she's looking in good shape here. Valerie Bercier only threw 4 frames, but she's doing what she needs to do to stay ahead of the pace. Elise Bolton stepping up for her 10th frame over on 23 and 24 right now. Working on 4 consecutive strikes. Miss Bolton's going to be our tournament leader. Could be a very interesting 10th frame for Heather D'Erico on 17 and 18 coming up. She can get to 237, which would put her at 235. However, Giselle Paz may have just ended any chance for Heather to make up enough. She did deliver a strike on her first shot in the 10th. So our top four looking closer and closer to being set now. And Jelmar Beasley, back-to-back opens, can only get to 236 this game. She strikes out the rest of the way, so that won't be enough. She's still throwing every shot. Just that great.
And D'Erico left a nasty 8-pin in the 8th frame, which ultimately could be the difference.
So Bolton finished up with 234, so that's going to get her to 351. In the over category. Paz finishes with 210, so she's at plus 245. That's looking more and more likely to be the number now.
.245, you said?
245 over, yep. Add insult to injury there for D'Erico after the 8-pin in the 8th frame. She's 7-10 in the 10th. Finish at 205. She'll finish at plus 198. Or excuse me, at plus 203. Sorry, at 198 over. So I think the only question in play for our stepladder finals at the moment is who's going to be the 2 seed and who's going to be the 3 seed. Only 10 pins separated Kara and Valerie. Kara finishes at 209, so she'll be at plus 289. Bercier only in the 7th frame. She has a max of 259 still out there. Has to find a way to get to 220 or better. To move up into the semifinal match. All 4 of our stepladder finalists as it's shaping up to look. Competed this week at the nationwide PWBA Greater Cleveland Open. Valerie Bercier having the highest finish in 7th place overall. Mangiola had a 300 game during qualifying, but finished in 41st place. Haas was 47th overall.
$19th in this event will get you a check.
Very nice.
1 in 3 payout ratio. $1,500. It's a nice Sunday.
Nice little Sunday.
To the winner, $1,500.
I really like the setup of the regionals here, kind of giving these players the opportunity to compete in this atmosphere, and having some bigger players in the field as well, but not necessarily having the usual suspects out here. Kind of gives players the ability to develop confidence, I think, more than anything else. And you look at, as we mentioned, Bercier had a great opening event to her PWBA Tour career, making the round of 12, finishing 7th. But for Paz, for Mangiola, for Bolton, they were out of the cash line this week. So just like this, they're basically going to be able to turn it around and put together a nice week and gain some confidence going into the rest of the week, knowing bowled pretty darn well out here. And of course, a spot at the Go Bowling PWBA Regional Showdown will be up for grabs as well. Which will air in August 24th on CBS Sports Network. Emil, you mentioned 19th place being the last check.
Yeah.
So that number was at plus 104 heading into this game. So Carrie Smith, we saw her finish strong over here on 21 and 22. So probably going to be holding on to a check. Just a few pairs left to go here. Once again, it looks like plus 245 is going to be our number. Also looking like Valerie Bercier is going to move up a spot and into the number 2 seed for our stepladder finals. Still has 259 out there, so it will not be enough to run down Elise Bolton. And as it looks right now, it looks like all of our covered pairs are actually have completed bowling. So the only bowling ongoing right now, and once again, we just have looks like some 9th and 10th frames to go over on the low end of the house. We'll wait for the official announcement of our top 4 finalists, but once again, looking pretty set from what we can see. Final shot in the books for Valerie Bercier, so she is going to surpass Cara Mangiola. Will be our number 2 seed, so unofficial.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our 8 games of qualifying of our Cleveland Regional. Ladies, add up those score sheets, bring them up to the front desk for us. We'll get them verified, and then we will announce our top 4 for our stepladder finals.
Music is on. Once again, in about 30 minutes. Here on the new BullTV.com, we will have the stepladder finals. 3 matches to conclude an awesome opening week of the 2019 season here at Yorktown Lanes in Parma Heights, Ohio. My name is Aaron Smith, alongside Emil Williams Jr., Curtis Von Kruger, part of the crew this year. Big thanks to Curtis for joining us, offering a ton of great video content throughout the course of the weekend here. You've been seeing that on the official PWBA Tour Facebook page, the Twitter page as well, at PWBA Tour, and on Instagram too. Also at PWBA Tour. Also thanks to our tournament staff, to Neil Milligan, Kathy Watka, and Kathy Kavicki for their hard work this week. Of course, to Yorktown Lanes, their staff. All the volunteers this week. Has been a pretty great experience. Liked our time out here in the greater Cleveland area. It's been fun. But we'll get some more fun next week heading to Eagan, Minnesota for the PWBA Twin Cities Open. Our next regional will be the week after that, when we head to Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska for the PWBA Lincoln Open. Regional will take place the Sunday after that event as well, May 12th. Before we hit the first major of 2019, the USBC Queens. Wichita, Kansas. North Rock Lanes, also home of the USBC Women's Championships, the 100th edition taking place this year over on Rock Road in the air capital of the world. So we are waiting right now at the moment to Neil Milligan and Kathy Kavicki double checking scores, making sure everything is good to go. Waiting for the official announcement of our stepladder finalists. You can see already getting the lanes reconditioned for their stepladder finals. The Kegel Dead Man's Curve. 43 feet in length, 24.4 mils. Definitely offered some high scoring in the early part of the block. So Ashley Galante rolled 300, and just scores in general pretty high on the fresh. So hopefully we are in store for another high scoring, exciting championship round. Once again, just waiting for the official announcement here. Looks like Tennille Milligan is heading up to the mic as we speak, so turn up the volume a little bit and give the stage to her.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have our official scores. We're going to start with our tournament leader at plus 351, Elise Bolton. Qualifying second is Valerie Bercier at plus 308. Qualifying third at plus 289 is Cara Mangiola. And our fourth and final qualifier for our BowlTV.com stepladder final is Giselle Paz at plus 245. Loda Cash in 19th place, there was a tie at plus 133. 133, Loda Cash. All standings will be updated on PWBA.com. We just want to say thank you all very much for joining us today. Our top four stepladder final will begin here in approximately 20 minutes. So if I can have our top four ladies please report to the front desk. We'll go over some announcements. Our TV final pair will be on lanes 21 and 22, so stick around.
All right, with that, we'll keep it short and sweet as we wrap up. Giselle Paz will take on Cara Mangiola in our opening stepladder final match. The winner will take on Valerie Bercier, and the winner will face off against top seed Elise Bolton here in the first PWBA regional of the year. And it's going to be coming up very, very quickly. 2 p.m. Eastern, so about 24 minutes from right now. So we're going to go ahead and shut this stream down, but we'll be right back here. Stepladder finals coming up next from Yorktown Lanes in Parma Heights, Ohio. Thank you again for joining us. The new BowlTV.com. Bowling lives here. Thank you again.